Good afternoon and welcome to Trinity University here in San Antonio for a matchup between the Our Lady of the Lake Saints and the Trinity Tigers. The Saints coming in from across town and the two San Antonio teams set for a doubleheader here today. And looking at the meeting there at the plate, we will be getting started here shortly with introductions and lineups, and we can give those to you just a little bit early as we have that information already. And looking first at Our Lady of the Lake, their lineup today is going to be Kaylee Luna starting in left field. She's going to bat first. Jalissa Marino will bat second at third base. Behind the plate is going to be Joanna Gonzalez. Batting fourth at first base is going to be Ariel Montgomery. Batting fifth will be the designated player. It'll be Abigail Elizondo. Batting sixth in center field, Madison Nunn. Batting seventh in right field will be Caitlin Esparza. Batting eighth will be the shortstop, Aileen Campos. And batting ninth, Felicity Villanueva. And the pitcher for the Saints today is going to be Sierra Martinez. And for the Tigers, we'll put together a lineup that will look pretty familiar to what we saw on Sunday, with Sammy Whitman starting at second base, leading off. Gina Monaco in center field, batting second. Jordan Williams and Marina Della Luna will swap third and fourth in the order. Williams will be batting third at first base, Della Luna at third base. Christina Kish bats fifth out in right field. Brooke Porter will be the designated player. She had the RBIs on Sunday with a big bases clearing single that brought in 3 runs. She was credited with 2 RBIs, and that's all the Tigers needed. And Catherine Weber will bat seventh behind the plate. Emily Vlaslavic at short, batting eighth. Jenna Cash in left, batting ninth. And it will be Allie Holbrook, who was masterful in the circle on Sunday. She will be back there again today for the Tigers. And her shutout on Sunday. And we'll get the
Florida, Gina Monaco. Batting third at first base. At first year, number 18, a first year from Clayton, California, Jordan Williams. Batting fourth at third base. First year player, number 17, from Concord, California, Marina De La Luna. Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 9, a junior from Tucson, Arizona, Christina Kish. Batting sixth, the designated player, number 28, first year from Carmel, Indiana, Brooke Porter. Seventh, the catcher, number 33, a senior from Canyon Lake, Texas, Catherine Weber. Batting eighth, the shortstop, number 10, a senior from Richmond, Texas, Emily Vaslavic. Batting ninth, left fielder, number 13, a junior from Flower Mound, Texas, Jenna Cash. In the circle for the Tigers, number 11, a senior from San Juan Capistrano, California, Allie Holbrook.
And as Holbrook takes the field, we will take a short break for the anthem, as we don't want the stream to be pulled down for the copyright violation, and we'll be back in just a bit. And we welcome you back. And it looks like the three-man umpire crew is ready to go. As is Holbrook, and we saw Holbrook on Sunday. 8-4 on the year. ERA now down to 2.94. 62 innings pitched, including 7 shutout on Sunday as she shut down the ladies of Centenary. Did so in commanding fashion. Really did not face a whole lot of adversity until the 7th inning. And looks to follow that up here with another go-round here in Game 1. It is going to be a doubleheader. And we will see what the pitching situation will be for Game 1 and Game 2. Holbrook likely having pitched on Sunday just in Game 1. But we will see what the situation will be as we go and throw down, and that will lead us to our leadoff hitter. It'll be Kaylee Luna.
Top of the first inning, leading off for Lady of the Lake, left fielder number 25, Kaylee Luna.
So left fielder will stand in. Marino and Gonzalez on deck. And the first pitch from Holbrook will be in for a strike. Bit cooler day than it was here on Sunday. Temperatures in the low 80s today. It was fouled out of play, and it'll be 0-2 now for Kaylee Luna. Holbrook just a handful of strikeouts in 7 innings on Sunday. Good thought there to leave it outside, out of the zone, see if you can get a chase. And Luna holds off, and it's 1-2. Now Holbrook with the strikeout to open. As I mentioned, only 5 on Sunday afternoon. Jalissa Moreno steps in. First pitch swinging, but fouls it back. Moreno at third base. And the Saints take the field. We'll see how she compares to her counterpart, De La Luna, for Trinity, who had quite a few impressive snags last game out. Really protecting the left field line for Holbrook. 1-1's down in the dirt. And Moreno's ahead, 2-1. Tigers come in at 10-9. The Saints, 15-16. And Holbrook with the outside strike, 2-2. Our Lady of the Lake, part of the NAIA. They've been facing off against Tigers for the last couple of years now. And back-to-back strikeouts now for Holbrook. She only had a handful her last time out, but starts off with 2 quick ones here today. I'll bring up Gonzalez. Looking to get something changed. It has been a very easy day for Trinity's position players. 32 batters. Gonzalez, a junior catcher out of San Benito, Texas. That one on the ground and through the left side into left field. Cash will get it back in. Good job of hitting for Gonzalez. Put it right where the third baseman and shortstop really had no chance to get to it. And so still 2 down. Runner on first now for Montgomery. And Ariel Montgomery will first pitch looking. It'll be ball 1. Or excuse me, it was called for a strike. So Holbrook out ahead. And a big cut from Montgomery. Holbrook already with 2 strikeouts on the inning. Give up the hit to Gonzalez. Looking to make a strong effort here in the first. And if she's able to do so, Tigers will bring to the plate Whitman, Monaco, and Williams. That one into left field. It's going to be floated over and fall short just beyond the infield. And so Montgomery with the base hit. Let's see, she just got just enough underneath it. Otherwise, if she made solid contact, that would have been going right at Cash. So I'll bring up Abigail Elizondo, freshman catcher out of Stevens here in San Antonio. And that one is roped foul. So the count even at 1. Holbrook got the first 2 batters out on strikes and then is giving it back-to-back singles. This one's popped up. It will probably get out of play, and it does. And again, Holbrook 1 strike away from getting the Tigers to the bottom of the first. Fouled off. And the 1-2. That one Lands in foul territory, and the catch made by Cash. And that'll send us to the bottom half of the first inning. We'll be back with the Tigers coming to the plate for the first time. It'll be Whitman, Monaco, and Williams for Trinity when we return.
Bottom of the first inning, leading off for the Tigers, number 2, Sammy Whitman.
All right, Tigers to the plate here in the bottom of the first, and it's going to be Sammy Whitman leading us off. And Whitman with a .341 average. It's pacing the Tigers currently for tops on the team. 4 RBI and 10 runs. Most of that coming out of the leadoff spot here the last couple of games. And the first pitch from Martinez is left up high for ball 1. See our Martinez, senior out of St. Anthony's. Pretty close venue to her former high schools. St. Anthony across the street here from Trinity University. And Whitman ahead in the count 2-0. And now in control of this at bat with a 3-0 count. She can wait for the pitch that she wants, or she can take a walk and get a runner aboard, nobody down. Martinez will basically have a free pitch here if she chooses to put it in over the middle of the plate. But she effectively does. 3-1 now. Great pitch from Martinez. And Sammy a little bit out in front of it. So that runs the count full. And now 3-2. And Martinez comes all the way back on Whitman and gets the strikeout. That'll be 1 down for Gina Monaco. And for Monaco, 294 average on the season. And she's still pacing with Whitman for the team lead in hits. She'll also start off with a pitch up high for ball one. A couple of hits in the top half of the inning for the Saints, but then Holbrook shutting them down. 2 strikeouts and a fly ball. That'll leave 2 stranded. Martinez comes back with another nice pitch. Monaco even in the count at 1. Lifted, but more of a pop-up to the shortstop, and there'll be 2 down.
Batting third at first base, number 18, Jordan Williams.
Bring Williams. Better clean up on Sunday. Moved into the 3 spot today. 292 on the year for the freshman out of Clayton, California. 19 RBI and 2 home runs. And the first pitch takes a skip in. Now Martinez has fallen behind 1-0 to each of the 3 batters for Trinity. But the question is can Trinity solve that and get a base runner, or will Martinez battle back once again? Leaves that one up, now 2-0. Called strike on the outside part of the plate. And one of the big differences already that we're seeing from Sunday afternoon's game is Martinez not working with near as much of a rhythm and speed as Leger did for Centenary. And on the flip side of it, the pace at which she's pitching has seemed to work out for her so far as she battles back and now makes it a 2-2 count. That will run the count full. She skips another one in on Jordan Williams. Payoff pitch from Martinez. This one hit into shallow left field. And coming in will be Luna to put that away. And the Tigers go in order here. And it is 0-0 after 1. We'll be right back in just a moment. Welcome back. Top of the second inning. After scattering 2 hits in the first, Holbrook back out. And she will face Madison Nunn. And both pitchers working pretty effectively in the first inning. We'll see how that continues on here for the rest of the way. Chopped over to third. And a great throw over from De La Luna, but she went out and got the high chopper. That one just sort of right into her. It looks like she may have had just a slight bobble. And it looks like none was safe. So now a runner on. That'll be sacrificed over by Esparza. And that will end up being a hit. And then goes off of her foot. The runner will take an extra base. So an error will be applied. I'm sure that it will also be a base hit and an error. As Our Lady of the Lake looks to threaten just a little bit.
Yeah, tough break for Holbrook right there. But this past weekend we saw her in a similar situation. So she worked well this weekend with runners on base, especially when she didn't have any outs yet in the inning. So she'll look to repeat that type of performance right here.
So we welcome in Luke Terry, and 5 o'clock start, not ideal for class schedules. But
no, not exactly, especially not being on campus. But yeah, good to be here.
And I'm also going to welcome up Campos to the plate. And Eileen Campos, the sophomore out of Robstown. And the throw down to second is going to result in a stolen base. So look real quick. Just getting in underneath the tag. It was a really close play here from Weber. This one floated, but doesn't go very far, and Luna's going to have that one in the infield. First out of the inning, as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, Our Lady of the Lake here from San Antonio. They play in the NAIA, 15-16 on the season. Trinity, member of the NCAA Division III. They are 10-9 on the season. Good opportunity for both schools to get a little bit of competition in, particularly midweek game. As we mentioned, class schedules just a moment ago. You try to take too much of a trip here in South Texas and you're getting into missed class time, but if you can make your way across town for your game, you're probably okay there. And so years past, these two schools have gotten together a few times. That one bunted foul for Villanueva. Felicity Villanueva, sophomore out of El Paso, Delhi High School. After a little trouble early for Holbrook here in the top of the second, she induced the pop-up. She's come back strong with a 1-2 pitch. This This one will be popped up out of play. Luke was mentioning earlier that Holbrook looked impressive with runners on Sunday afternoon. It wasn't until the 7th inning that Centenary finally got a hit with a runner on, and that's a strikeout for Holbrook. Her 3rd of the game so far. 7th inning was the first time that they'd gotten a hit with a runner on. I believe they finished 1 for 13 on the day with runners on base. So Holbrook does know how to settle down and attack the hitter at the plate. We're back to the leadoff with Luna. Strikeout victim her first time up.
And that last at bat, that last strikeout that Holbrook got right there, she used that rise ball, which is a pitch that she had control of this past weekend, and I think that'll be key to her success here today as she battles back in the 2nd inning.
This one will be put foul off the left side and just out of play.
This past weekend, that rise ball was a pitch that Holbrook used and hitters really struggled to catch up to and put the bat on. In this at-bat, Luna looked like she got a piece of one there, but it did exactly what Holbrook wanted it to and just forced her into a pop-up.
And hit weakly off to the side, yeah. Centenary couldn't answer Holbrook, I'd say probably for the first 5 innings. They were able to get on base a few times, but it was by walks and errors early on, and Holbrook really looked like she had control of the entire deck. She was able to bring the rise ball up and then go a little bit off speed as that one's back up the middle, and that will score a run. And the runner not cut off at second, so she'll take that. Luna with an RBI single. She'll advance on the throw. And Our Lady of the Lake jumps out to a 1-0 lead. That's something we didn't see have happen on Sunday with Centenary. Our Lady of the Lake striking with a runner in scoring position and able to bring them home.
Yeah, and I think a big reason why Centenary struggled to score runs this weekend was due to the fact that they struggled to get runners on base before having recorded 2 outs in the inning. And we saw Our Lady of the Lake get runners on 1st and 3rd without any outs here in this inning, actually on 2nd and 3rd. So that first pitch is popped foul behind home plate.
And making the great catch, going to be Kat Weber. I'll take another look at it as we get a break. And that will do it for Our Lady of the Lake. They managed to score a run on 3 hits in the inning. Run on 2 hits. The second batter was given an error. And there were 2 errors in that inning and 2 left on. So we head to the middle of the second with Our Lady of the Lake on top. And Trinity coming to the plate with the 4, 5, 6 hitters due up when we return. Bottom of the second. And De La Luna is going to lead it off here for the Tigers. Looking to get us jump started just in general. And a 250 on the year. 5 RBI, 5 runs scored. 3 of them coming from hitting it over the fence. Talked a little bit about in the first inning, and Martinez already showing it here after the first pitch strike, just taking a lot of time in between pitches.
Yeah, an interesting approach in the circle. These are a couple teams that have met previously this year, and in their last meeting, coming all the way back on February 28th, the Saints were able to no-hit the Tigers, so although there is a different pitcher in the circle in Martinez today, you have to wonder if there's a certain approach that was taken away from that game that these Saints understand is going to work against these Tiger hitters here today.
Tigers splitting that series. The 7-3 win for the 4-0 loss, and Martinez, it may be a little slow for us, but it's very methodical, and she gets another strikeout. I'll bring Christina Kish up to the plate, and the junior, if she gets on, chance to really get things going here for the Tigers. She used her speed quite nicely so far this year, and almost got to feel like if she's able to get on first, maybe a stolen base attempt, get into scoring position. First pitch was out for a ball. Return from Martinez to even the count at 1.
One thing to note is that Kish is standing in the batter's box right now with a somewhat sizable brace on that right knee. We saw her exit for a pinch runner in the previous game, but in either circumstance, you'd have to imagine that the Tigers will be putting a runner into the game that's going to be a little quicker on the base paths.
Now behind 1 and 2, so she'll see what she can do to get a board here for the Tigers. First 4 have been set down in order. They get the first 5. And we'll see if Brooke Porter can change what we're seeing so far out of the Tiger offense, and she did that on Sunday with a pinch hit and her only at bat, her first collegiate hit of her career. And it was a big one. Brought in the only runs of the game.
Yeah, and on that bases clearing double in Sunday's action, what I think is important to note about that at-bat from Porter was the fact that she just didn't try and do too much. Got up to the plate, not with a particularly hard hit ball, but just dropped it into a tough spot.
And hit that one well, but hit it right at Luna in left. So the Tigers will go in order once again. So we've played 2, and it's Our Lady of the Lake 1, Trinity 0. We'll be back for the third in just a bit. Back here for the top of the third, and it's going to be Gonzalez back to the plate. And she's 1 for 1 with a single through the left side. So Holbrook's shutout streak ended, but still looked pretty good on the mound. Battled back nicely after giving up 2 aboard on a hit and an error. To start the second, where she gave up a base hit up the middle. And that one's a hard hit ball by Gonzalez, who's now 2 for 2 on the afternoon. Runner on for Montgomery. Ariel Montgomery also had a single in her first at bat.
Very similar approach here for the Saints that they had in that last inning. We're able to get the leadoff runner on. Moved him over for, or with a bunt, excuse me.
Sacrifice laid down. De La Luna will fire over to Whitman for the out.
A better job by the Tigers there, as in that last inning, you mentioned, same approach was taken. They laid down the bunt. Holbrook wasn't able to field it and get it onto first cleanly, so the Saints were able to get their first 2 hitters of the inning on. Important for Holbrook to at least get that one out here to start the top of the third.
Elizondo fouled out to left her first time up. Holbrook battles back with a pitch up that was fouled off. Evens count at 1. Gonzalez on second. Now it's going to be a 1-2 count.
Yeah, and it looked like a couple of rise balls there from Holbrook. Good job by Elizondo in the batter's box to at least get or make some sort of contact, something that we saw hitters in this past weekend's series struggle with against Holbrook. So that pitch is a little down and out, so the count evens at 2-2. But we saw this count start 1-0, and it was a bit surprising, but Holbrook really quickly battled back and got ahead in it, and I think that was one thing that we talked about a lot this weekend, was her ability to get ahead and pitch ahead in counts.
That one's going to be floated out to left again. Elizondo this time right on the line is retired with a fly ball. So far, it looks like the Saints are a pretty pull-happy team. We'll see if that changes maybe how Holbrook approaches them through the second time through the order. As Nunn comes up, she's 1 for 1. Takes a called strike. Single to third and came around and scored the game's only run so far. And then a nice throw behind the runner with Gonzalez. Able just to get back in time.
You'll see from this angle that Gonzalez has taken some pretty aggressive secondary leads. She comes far off the bag there. And a couple pitches ago, we saw Weber pop up and throw the ball back quickly to Holbrook, who turned and glared for quite a while back at the runner at second base. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any movement on the base paths here, or if runner's just trying to grab the attention of the Tiger pitcher a little bit.
Perhaps also trying to maybe entice maybe a throwing error, trying to double back and pick her off. Chopper over to third. De La Luna picks it up nicely. And that will be it for the top of the third. And I mentioned Holbrook. She's given up some hits so far today, but she's bounced back really strong. And we'll head to bottom of the third inning. Trinity coming to the bat, trying to get their first hit. We'll be back in just a bit. Bottom of the third, Kat Weber in the seventh spot is going to lead us off for the Tigers.
Catcher number 33, Kat Weber.
Tigers 3 up, 3 down in the first 2 innings. So the senior from Canyon Lake, just north of San Antonio, will get us going. Once again, Tiger hitters able to jump out ahead early in the count. With the 7 batters she's faced, I believe Martinez has fallen behind on 6 of them. Now for the second time, falling behind 3-0.
Yeah, and at this point, the Tigers are just trying to get a runner on base. Talking about Holbrook's scoreless innings streak coming to an end with the Saints' run that they scored in the second inning. Tigers have been held hitless against Our Lady of the Lake in their last 9 innings, so would certainly appreciate one here, but they'll take the leadoff walk by Weber.
So Weber scampers down. It's
Batting second, the shortstop, number 10.
maybe just trying to get a little bit of energy going here for the Tigers. There's nobody down now for Emily Vlaslavic. Shortstop hitting .259 on the year. We'll see if she's hitting away as there's a pinch runner for Weber. You see her depart. Wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a sacrifice to move the runner over into scoring position.
Runner at first base, number
I'd certainly agree with you there, especially considering the type of defense that they saw played on bunts that they laid down in this past weekend. Tigers were able to record a couple of base hits on bunts. But you mentioned that Weber hustled down to first after that last walk. This is definitely a part of the order that they want energy and, more than anything, production from. It's a part of the order, 6 through 9 hitters that recorded 3 of the 5 hits that the Tigers had this past weekend.
And we saw it last Sunday, or this past Sunday, and we're going to see it again. And this time Benny Snyder called out for leaving early on the base pass. And we'll go back to it real quick. We'll do it after the pitch here to Vlaslavic. The 1-0. Let's foul back. And she's a good 4 steps off before wasn't even trying to steal on that one. So just Trinity maybe a little bit more focus when on the base pass. And Vlaslavic lays it down over to second. And gives it a strong run, but it's put out. And I'll leave it for Jenna Cash here with 2 down. And it seems like the outs on the base pass just take so much of the energy out of the inning for an offense.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. We saw the similar play this weekend. You had no outs, but much like we had today, first out recorded on the base pass, and the batter currently standing in the batter's box recorded the second out. So totally changes the complexion and dynamic of an inning just on some careless errors on the base pass.
Cash, nice aggressive swings, but she's behind 0-2. Just fouled off. Strike 3, and they'll throw down to first, but Cash had already given herself back up. So the unconventional 1-2-3 inning here for Martinez, but the Tigers will be back with the 1-2-3 hitters in the bottom half of the 4th, but got to get through the top half first, and we'll be back for that when we return. Caitlin Esparza will lead us off here in the top of the fourth. Sophomore utility out of MacArthur. Same school as the Tiger center fielder, Gina Monaco. As we see a lot of San Antonio natives here on the Our Lady of the Lake roster. I count 15 from at least the San Antonio news broadcasting area. And this one by Esparza popped up. Slavic will come in to take it, and there's one down. So with one down, Eileen Humpos. She singles that one through the right side. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Monaco giving chase, finally comes around with it. Campos going to go for three. There might be a play at third, and she will be there in time. Just past the glove of Whitman. Finally comes around with it. Campos going to go for three. There might be a play at third, and she will be not able to do much more with that.
Yeah, and a good job. Nice piece of hitting by Campos right there. Not a great pitch to hit. Holbrook located that one well, was even in the count right there through that last pitch down and away, but Campos did a good job to throw her hands, get the bat out, and barrel on the softball and sent that one in the gap the other way.
It's another runner in scoring position for the Saints, but Tigers don't look terribly concerned by this. We've seen him get out of these jams a little bit already, and I thought even though Our Lady of the Lake was able to score a run back in the second inning, I thought they did a really good job of kind of working around that early struggle with two aboard and nobody out.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with you, and it has seemed like for this Tigers team, they've been fine when they've pitched to contact, fielded the ball, done the little things correctly. They've struggled a little bit when they make mistakes, and they made a mistake that resulted in a run in the top of that second inning. Saw Holbrook unable to come up with that bunt cleanly, and that would have been more than likely a third out of that inning, but ultimately the Saints were able to scratch one with two outs.
It looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter here. Isa Gonzalez, sophomore out of San Marcos. Takes for a ball. Play for strike one.
But we mentioned a little bit earlier that the Tigers this past weekend were in pretty good position because the ladies out of Centenary College weren't able to get a whole lot of base runners on with two or fewer outs in the inning, but something that the Saints have managed to do here, put a runner on third. So it feels like in order to get out of this inning clean, Holbrook might need a little bit of help.
She's creating her own help there by running really good pitches that Gonzalez not able to do much with. She flies out to left. Let's send us back to the top of the order with Luna. Luna 1 for 2 on the day. Strikeout and a single up the middle for the RBI. Let's put the Saints ahead 1-0. Back up the middle again, and another RBI for Luna.
Yeah, so more good situational hitting from Luna right here. Mentioned earlier in the broadcast that this Saints lineup has seemed a little bit pull happy, but a couple times up to the plate with 2 outs for the leadoff hitter, and a couple times that she just took what she was given and went back up the middle with it.
Yeah, a lot of room up the middle. As long as she can get it past Holbrook, it's probably going to be a hit. And this will be skied up. Slavic will come in to play it, and the Tigers are out of the top of the 4th, but Luna doing damage again. Her second RBI of the game so far, and that's spotted the Saints to a 2-0 lead. We'll be back for the bottom half of the 4th here in just a bit. Bottom of the 4th, but top of the order here for the Tigers. Sammy Whitman 0 for 1. Struck out in her first at bat. Team has issued 1 walk. The only base runner first time through the order. Whitman was ahead 3-0 in her first at bat. Before Martinez was able to come back. Now behind 0-1. Look at 0-2.
This hitless streak against this Our Lady of the Lake team is that threat of continuing here for the Tigers. But it's not a huge surprise coming off of this past game. We mentioned that they come out of Sunday's affair with 5 hits on the day, and that one falls just foul down the left field line. You see the flag blowing to the right, wind blowing from left to right here, and doing everything it could to help that one stay in play. But we mentioned that the Tigers come into this one with 5 hits in their last contest, but a full 7-inning game where you get 2 bunts that go down as hits in the scorebook. You're definitely looking to get a bit more offense out of the bats today.
And there is a ball into left field, and that will, in fact, break up the scoring, or the hitless streak. No, I'm sorry. They said that she actually caught it. I thought it had hit the ground on that catch, but they said that she caught it. So there are 2 down, or 1 down here in the top of the 4th. And so that streak still alive. So Monaco maybe looks to bunt to try to get on.
But certainly a more promising at-bat by Whitman right there. We saw her get ahead in her first of the day and fall behind in this one, but she did a nice job to battle back, foul a couple pitches off, and ultimately place a ball pretty well, but just played perfectly by the Saints left fielder.
Tigers had a huge 7th inning in game 1 of the doubleheader played at Our Lady of the Lake earlier this year, scoring 6 runs in the 7th. It was a 7-3 victory. And then, as you mentioned, no hit after that, and so far here through 3 1/3. Now 2-2 for Monaco. And the no-hitter was Montgomery in the circle for the Saints. She allowed 2 walks. Monaco fouling that one back out of play.
Monaco doing a good job of wasting some pitches here. We talked a little bit in our last broadcast about the fact that pitch count not that much of a concern for Martinez in the circle, but perhaps a sign fouling pitches off that Monaco starting to see the ball out of the hand a little bit better.
She was 2 for 4 in the first game back in February. It was the only Tiger to individually have 2 hits on the afternoon. That one's inside. Monaco will be aboard. Second base runner of the day here for the Tigers. And this one with Jordan Williams coming to the plate.
Batting third at first base, number 18, Jordan Williams.
Williams 0 for 1. Those are many of the Tigers. But a chance to maybe put Trinity right back into contention here with 1 swing of the bat. Throw back on Monaco. She's back in safely. A well-hit ball that required a diving catch from Luna to start the inning, and then a walk to Monaco. Now Williams. See, the lights are on here. And mostly a very cloudy day in San Antonio. Big swing from Williams. 6-2-2 pops it up. And just out of play, as you can hear it, clanks off the dugout. Sun trying to make an appearance here before the end of the day, and changeup missing well up and in. Full count now again for Williams. And making the catch going to be Gonzalez.
Running fourth at third base, number 17, Marina Tellaluna.
So Gonzalez goes back on it. And that is an impressive play, given that the cage folds in here at Trinity. Well, there are two down. Monaco still at first for Della Luna. Head in the count now 2-0.
Yeah, and the Tigers doing a good job here in the bottom of the fourth. Getting ahead in counts, forcing Martinez to come back and throw strikes. And we've seen the Tiger bats so far in this inning make some contact with the softball, but so far haven't been able to find their first hit of the game.
That one's going to hit Della Luna. And now two aboard for the Tigers. Two down, but maybe something for Kish to work with.
Next up for the Tigers, right fielder number 9, Christina Kish.
Something the Tigers did a good job of in their last contest was hitting with 2 outs. We're able to bring all 3 runs across in that contest with 2 outs recorded so far in the inning. So hopefully they can do the same here and find a way to cut into this deficit.
Want to visit from the pitching coach. If you're a Tiger fan, you'd think it'd be a great opportunity for Kish to get her first RBIs of the year. Exactly sure what the delay was for, but the first pitch is out for a strike. Kish behind 0-2.
Yeah, and a better job here by Martinez. Saw her fall behind in a couple of lengthier at-bats. One which ended in a pop out to the catcher behind the plate, and the last one, a hit batter. Kish will need to find a way to fight back in this at-bat to hopefully put the Tigers on the board.
Unable to do so is Martinez with a big 3-pitch strikeout, and that will send us to the 5th. Tigers still only down by 2, despite not able to put up a crooked number in the hits column yet so far today. We'll be back in just a bit. Top of the 5th, and I'd say a very solid performance here from Holbrook today. Just not getting a whole lot of offense behind it. As Gonzalez will step back in. She's 2 for 2 on the day. She requests time. Singles down the left side, or through the left side, and then into the left field for Gonzalez. But Holbrook has stranded her on base both times.
Yeah, and Gonzalez has looked really comfortable at the plate. I think it's something that you typically see out of catchers, just very aware of the strike zone. She's done a good job with a bat in her hands, but she's also done a really good job behind the plate.
She's going to be 3 for 3 on the day and going for her first double. And she will be in safely. She smacks that one up off the wall. And not much that Cash could do with that one. So, a pinch runner for Gonzalez. Going to be Montgomery to the plate. Tigers 11 hitless innings here against Our Lady of the Lake, going back to Montgomery's pitching performance. And I thought maybe on that one, Weber, if somebody would have been covering second, would have been able to double up Vera, who has come on to pinch run. Deandra Vera, sophomore out of Uvalde. Holbrook comes back with a strike, now 1-1.
Vera does have 3 stolen bases on the year for the Saints. But much like in baseball, taking third, much more difficult task for the runner. So it'll be interesting to see if she actually will be on the move here in this at-bat at any point.
A 3-1 count. Probably won't see any movement here. It would be a good pitch to hit and run with. But if it's ball 4, Montgomery's headed down to first, and you have a wide open look for the catcher. That was fouled back. You have a wide open look for the catcher to throw down to third. Holbrook has fought back to a full count. Our leadoff double from Gonzalez. Vera pinch running for her at second base. This one into left field. Will catch up and hold for Jenna Cash. So once again, we see Holbrook just doing a great job. She allows a base hit, but doesn't compound it. Doesn't seem to be too rattled out there in the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely a veteran presence in the circle for the Tigers. She just continues to work, and I think that was something that we saw this weekend, was the fact that she just continued to work and really pound the zone. She understands that she is very talented, and she forces the hitters standing in the batter's box to beat her consistently, and that's something that I don't think teams have proved that they're capable of doing a whole lot this year.
Elizondo has flown out to Cash in left field twice today. Once in foul territory and once right on the line. That one hit hard but foul. Two missing outside. Good idea to see if she can get Elizondo to chase. I think you'd be almost apt with somebody like Elizondo, who's been proven to be a pull hitter, to actually just put that on the strike zone on the outside part and see if she chases after it. If not, then you get the called strike 3. Chopper, but foul.
A similar idea right there from Holbrook, but it feels like Elizondo is really comfortable in the batter's box right now and knows what type of pitch she's looking to hit. It seems like Holbrook's really going to need to change the eye level. Seen her have great success with her rise ball, so perhaps something up in the zone in this at-bat will help her ultimately win it.
Tried to cross up Elizondo and brought it inside, but she seems fairly comfortable with the strike zone. Able to foul it off. Just gets a piece of that one. Weber's going to throw back. Vera able to step back in just ahead of the throw. Another outside pitch, though, and runs the count full. fly ball to left field. And we see that again now for the third time. So Elizondo 0 for 3. And then give way
Next up for the Saints,
to Madison Nunn,
Madison Nunn.
junior out of Cibolo, Steele High School. Early to the lake hitters pretty aggressive going after first pitches here from Holbrook. Holbrook trying to squander a leadoff double. Spot back with getting 2 outs. Rise ball makes it strike 2. Nunn scored the game's first run after a single in the second, grounded out to third in the third. I really like the pitch there from Holbrook. Last batter, she effectively kept trying to go away to get the chase for a strike 3. That time she goes back to the rise ball. Gets the foul ball out of it. Now she goes back out to the outside and gets a strikeout. So leadoff double for Gonzalez, but Our Lady of the Lakes not able to push the runner across any further as Holbrook settles in and gets through the 5th quite nicely. And we've reached 4.5 completes. It's 2-0 for the Saints. We'll be back in just a bit.
And we welcome you back here at Trinity University as we get the bottom of the 5th inning underway. Tigers trailing the Saints from Our Lady of the Lake University 2-0 here as freshman Brooke Porter stands in. First pitch is away for a ball from Martinez.
Porter flew out to left back in the second. That one back up the middle. And Brooke Porter The base hit. And it's nicely done.
Pinch runner at first base for the Tigers. Number 7, Emily Bearfield.
So Emily Bearfield will go in. 2 pinch run for Brooke Porter after she gets the first hit for the Tigers in 11 innings against the Saints.
Yeah, great job by Porter there. Not a particularly hard hit ball, but we see her just placing it in a perfect spot again as the shortstop playing well towards the third base side on the left side of the infield. Able to get just enough on that one to get it out of the shortstop's reach and have the first Tiger hit of the day.
So Weber looking to maybe sacrifice over. She became the Tigers' first base runner of the day when she took a walk in the third. Lifts that bunt attempt for a strike on the foul ball.
And while Weber is certainly willing to sacrifice an out here to get the runner moved over, so long as she puts the ball in play, there's no saying what exactly is going to happen. We saw a bunt mishandled earlier, and with as quickly and as hard to judge as balls in this infield dirt can be, never an easy play.
So the sacrifice will work. Maybe a little unconventional on the exchange.
How about it, the shortstop, number 10, Emily Vaslavic.
She collides with Montgomery a little bit. And the out for the first out, but it does put the runner into scoring position, as you said, and so an opportunity for Vaslavic. .255 on the year. .14 hits. 12 runs scored and 3 RBI, and we can cut into the Saints lead with a base hit here.
And great person for the Tigers to have up at the plate right now. Someone who spent some time in the top of the order for the Tigers this year. See, ultimately a strike called on the pitch that appeared to be a little bit outside, but throw down to second, runner back in there safely. The Slavic, someone you want up to hit in this scenario, even down 0-2, having spent some time up in the top of the order, someone who is going to see a lot of pitches regardless and is going to fight in every at-bat they appear in.
Chopped out of play, so she'll stay alive. Hitting down in the order, not necessarily too much different than hitting at the top of the order. You're still trying to turn that lineup and move it over. That one, Martina's taking a bit off of it, and that'll strike out Vaslavic. So 2 down now. Jenna Cash.
Number 13, Jenna Cash.
For 36 on the year, batting .250, 4 RBI and 7 runs scored. First pitch swinging, she'll pop it up, and that will do it for the 5th. Tigers are able to scratch a hit as Brick Porter able to erase an 11-inning hitless mark here for the Saints against the Tigers, and maybe that'll spur something in the later innings. But we go to the 6th with the Saints up 2. We'll be back in just a moment. Top of the 6th, and the Esparza for Our Lady of the Lake. Sacrifice reaching in the 2nd, and a pop out to short back in the 4th. First pitch swinging. You get a base hit now, 1-for-3 on the day.
That's a base hit for Caitlin Esparza.
Wayne Campos with a runner on and nobody down. Our Lady of the Lake's doing a great job of getting the leadoff runner on. Done that now in back-to-back innings. And 4 of the 6 so far in the game. In 3 of those innings, though, Holbrook has come back to shut them down and escape out of the inning without giving up a run. Pinch runner, or pinch hitter, excuse me, is going to be Salazar. Caitlin Salazar, junior out of Southwest, will pop it up for the first out here in the 6th.
Yeah, and on that previous pitch that got all the way to the backstop, seemed like Salazar was able to maybe disrupt the vision of Weber behind the plate, and runner ultimately advanced, but things kind of came together in favor of the Tigers right there, as Salazar, looking to move the runner to third again, ultimately popped it up and back to position that figured both sides thought they would be in after the leadoff hitter reached base to start this inning.
Alexa Valdez will be your pinch hitter. Sophomore out of Navarro High School, over by Seguin. Holbrook really just does not seem to be fazed by runners on. It's been a couple of shots back up the middle by Luna, with runners on third that have scored runners. That's really been it today.
Yeah, and it seemed that Holbrook's done a really good job kind of just forgetting about them. Not much that she can do to keep them at bay, not a responsibility of hers at the end of the day. Weber is taking care of that, really. Come up quickly and threaten to throw down to second and first a couple times when runners have occupied those bases, and because of that, Holbrook has really just been able to focus in on batters consistently in this game.
So there, now 2-2 to Valdez.
So far in this one, despite giving up 9 hits on the day, Holbrook has yet to walk a Saint hitter, as that one blooped in the left side of the infield, caught by shortstop for the Tigers. Holbrook has really been competitive in pretty much every at-bat.
She will give way to Kat Patterson. Not too much of a surprise. I mean, we talked about how she's been pitching pretty well. But I did talk a little bit with Coach Martin today, and she briefly mentioned the fact that she wanted to kind of keep Ellie Holbrook in check a little bit as far as how much she threw her. And so she hits the 90 pitch mark. Maybe getting pulled out. Maybe give her an opportunity, if needed, to pitch in game 2. But didn't really want to throw her back-to-back 7-inning games if she could avoid it. We're reaching kind of the key moment here for Trinity, where after tonight they have a weekend series against Southwestern and a home series the following week against Dallas, and both of those teams are fighting for position right now for the SCAC tournament. Trinity currently sitting as the 6th seed in the tournament, so they would be in. Southwestern, the 5th seed. They're only a game above the Tigers. That one floated into center. Monaco coming in, has it easily. And Luna will be retired for the first time today. So 5.5 complete. We'll talk more about Trinity's upcoming schedule and maybe a little bit more about the SCAC and where they stand there when we return for the bottom half of the 6th. Bottom half of the 6th inning, Sammy Whitman batting for Trinity. She's over 2 today, hitting .326 currently on the year. And an opportunity maybe to get things going. We mentioned that Kat Patterson coming in the last half inning. Tallest player on the Tigers. And then she leaves the circle. And Martinez enters in for the Saints, as she has for the last couple of innings. Having started this game, she's the shortest listed player on the Saints. So a little bit of a disparity on the two types of pitchers that these opposing hitters will be seeing. And for Whitman, looking to get her first hit of the afternoon. Tigers have won collectively as a team. The first pitch in for strike one.
Couple of competitive at-bats so far today for Whitman, however. Struck out in the bottom of the first inning, but did so after fighting back in the count to push it all the way full. The second time tonight, flying out to left field. That'll record the first out of the bottom of the sixth inning here for the Tigers.
That'll take us to Monaco. For one on the day, also has a walk. Reminder, game 2 of the doubleheader coming up, probably about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one. Tigers with 6 more games after tonight in the regular season. Monaco laces that one down the left field line, and it's going to be foul, and it will land safely out of the reach of Luna. Turned on that one pretty quick, maybe a little too quick as she pulls it foul. A good hard line drive. Checks her swing. It'll be 2-1.
Despite the fact that last pitch being foul, as you mentioned, really hard hit ball off the bat of Monaco, and good sign for the Tigers, as I think that's something that we've yet to see in the past couple of games from this lineup.
Oh, missed down low. Already a walk today. Now hit 3-1. Pulls this one. Foul. Back to it. Tough angle for us to see. The umpire had a pretty good look at it, as that one was touched almost in play. By the way, Monica is going to reach on a walk, her second of the game so far. Third walk of the game issued by Martinez. Now Williams gets into one, and that's into the right center gap. Monaco racing around. She will come around to score. Williams will hold at second, and it's an RBI double. Second hit of the game, and the Tigers have their first run Don't go anywhere. This one now with the runner in scoring position. Right back in contention here for the Tigers.
And as soon as we made mention of it, Williams went ahead and delivered another hard hit ball this inning. This one falling in the gap perfectly. Not only scoring a run here for the Tigers, but putting another runner in scoring position as they look to draw even here with the Saints in the bottom of the sixth.
And that will do it for Martinez today. So we'll take a short break and we'll come back and introduce you to the new pitcher in just a bit. So it'll be Angelo Ramirez, the junior out of Converse Jetson. Here with one down in the sixth to take on Reina De La Luna. Runner on second. First pitch swinging for De La Luna. For one, she struck out and then was hit by a pitch. Down low for ball one. Jordan Williams just doubled to score Gina Monaco. Tigers cut the lead to 2-1. Garcia on second base, pinch running. She'll be held there as De La Luna grounds out to third. Maybe a pinch hitter. It will be Diamond Elizondo. We'll see if she can score. Cristina Garcia in from second. And Garcia went in on that last during the pitching change. But Elizondo batting .217 on the year. 2 RBI, though. Elizondo, a first year out of Stevens High School here in San Antonio. In for a strike, evens the count at 1.
It's felt like these Saints pitchers in the circle have found some success with that spot down and in to right-handed hitters so far on the day, have perhaps gotten a little bit of help from the umpire behind home plate, but been consistent with the call, and Tigers will need to adjust here. 4 outs left in this game.
He's left up, now 3-1. So hitters count. And you think that maybe with 2 outs in the inning, a base hit, Garcia will be going on contact. So maybe a chance to score her with just even a not so well placed single. And we'll have to wait because there are now 2 Tigers aboard as Elizondo draws the walk. There'll be another pinch hitter here for the Tigers.
Next up for the Tigers, number 28, Brooke Porter.
Actually, it's just going to be a re-enter here for Brooke Porter. She was pinch run for after her single. And so they're just going to re-enter her in. She didn't re-enter because she's the designated player. And not out in the field. 1 for 2, had the single her last at bat.
Yeah, and no other Tiger has come through with hits as big as Porter has in the last 2 games. Was able to break up the no-hitter that the Saints had going in this one and plated all 3 runs with a bases clearing double in Sunday's action. So she'll look to draw the Tigers even here.
Maybe just more of a vote of confidence here. Coming out to maybe just take the edge off a little bit. 2-0 count, 2 on, 2 down. Porter already with a hit today. But they're looking to maybe double her RBI total. She has 2 on the year from her base hit Sunday.
Close miss there. Ramirez not happy with the call on that one, but Porter standing in at 5 foot, shortest Tiger hitter in this lineup, gets the benefit of the doubt on that one.
And 3-0 falls in for a strike, and now see if Porter either loads the bases with a walk or gets a pitch that she likes here. Through the left side. They're going to hold the runner. No, they're going to send her all the way. And play at the play is out. Maybe with the bobble, you take that.
The Tigers in the bottom, hitting 1 run now. No error. 2 players left on.
It was just a good on-the-line throw. And you see, even with a good on-the-line throw, it still was close at the plate. So we head to the 7th. We'll be back in just a bit. right, so top of the 7th inning, and Moreno 0 for 3 on the day. And her first chance at Kat Patterson. Look at Patterson's numbers on the year. Moreno the strikeout. A foul out to the catcher, and then a pop up to the shortstop. This one popped up to the shortstop. So one down here in the top of the 7th.
Batting second, the catcher, number 32, Juan Gonzalez.
So bring up the catcher Gonzalez. And in the break, Luke and I were talking about the decision to send the runner home, and I think we both felt that you probably send her at that point. But more than anything, it was a good throw coming in, but fantastic job here from Gonzalez to kind of stay down on it and keep in position and then apply the tag to get Garcia out at the plate.
Yeah, from Trinity's perspective, struggled a bit to get runners on, and you have a ball put in play with a runner in scoring position in a game in which you trail, as this one's hit back to Patterson in the circle, and she retires Gonzalez for the first time tonight. For the Tigers, you're really looking to draw even in that one, keep the inning going with 2 outs, but took really everything to come together perfectly for the Saints right there. Fielded cleanly out in left field, a good strong throw, but it required the catcher to field it cleanly in the infield and then put the tag down in the perfect position. So a tough break for the Tigers, but played perfectly by the Saints, as Montgomery able to send one through the left side to reach here with 2 outs in the top of the 7th, looking to extend the lead for the Saints.
Yeah, her second hit of the day. She's also got a sacrifice, so officially 2 for 3 on the afternoon now. It'll be Elizondo.
Next up for the Saints, number 20, designated player Abigail Elizondo. Pinch runner for the Saints at first base, number 27, Nelly Garza.
Pinch runner for Our Lady of the Lake. And Nelly Garza. Drawing a little bit of attention from over here with 2 down. Patterson falls behind 2-0. Hard hit, but foul.
What a good job by Patterson to get back into this at bat right there. Moved quickly through the first 2 hitters of this inning, but base hit, falling behind 2-0. Discussed how Holbrook did a great job not letting things build on top of each other, and Patterson does the same here, drawing back even in this count, 2-2, looking to send the Tigers to bat in the bottom of the 7th, down 1.
It's fouled off as well. 2-2. Fouled off. In the 7th, it'll be Weber, Vlaslavic, and Cash. 7, 8, 9 for the Tigers. Part of the order that can do some damage. 2-2's left up. The count now full.
Yeah, and typically not the part of the order that you'd want up when trailing in your last at bat, but for the Tigers, a portion of the lineup that's had some good output, specifically recently.
Floated to center. Monaco will settle underneath it, and that will do it for the top of the 7th. It's 2-1, Our Lady of the Lake. Trinity either looking to send it to extras or walk it off here in the bottom half when we return. The bottom of the 7th, Cat Weber to lead it off here for the Tigers. Weber on the day with a walk and a sacrifice. Angela Ramirez still out there after coming in the 6th for Our Lady of the Lake. Pop out of the catcher's mitts, but it'll be outside for ball 1. And at this point, Tigers need base runners, and a walk already today. I feel good about Cat Weber's strike zone identification up here. Lofts that one into left field. Luna has that one drift and carry her back just a bit, but she will retire Weber for the first out of the inning, and then we'll leave one down for Emily Vlaslavic. 0 for 2 on the day with a ground out and a strikeout.
Can't be too upset as a Tiger right there with that first at bat of the inning by Weber. Trinity catcher was able to get ahead and saw a pitch that she wanted to hit and gave it a good ride, but ultimately hit right at someone. So Vlaslavic will step up in a role that she's familiar with, looking to try and lead this Tigers team back by reaching base safely here. First runner to do so in the inning.
In a spot where you can tie the game without base runners, but it was a hard shot right at Moreno. Playing it perfectly. 2 down now for Cash. Strikeout and a pop-up. That one left outside. Good ball one. Now ahead. Oh. A late strike call makes it 1-1. Shocker but foul. Now 1-2. Tigers down to their last strike. Over to short. Cash can't beat the throw, and that will do it for game one. Our Lady of the Lake takes it with a 2-1 victory. Luna with 2 RBIs and 2 different plate appearances. And for the Tigers, they're able to put up some fireworks late, but just not enough to draw back even. Luke, your thoughts for game one?
Overall, I thought it was a really well-played game of softball. I think the Saints came out on top on this one just because of some spectacular defensive plays that they made in the field. Think about the diving catch made in left field, the excellent throw that came out of left field from Luna, and you think about that nice reaction, quick stop at third base here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And for Trinity, we saw an error that led to a Saints run in this game, and that was the difference in it. So as we get ready for the second game of the doubleheader here tonight, I think that'll be the thing. Hope for some more balls to fall in if you're Trinity, but also strive to play a perfect game in the field defensively.
And that second game will be coming up roughly in about 30 minutes from now, so somewhere around the 7:40, 7:45 start time. And we'll be back for that one in a bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for game number 2 between Our Lady of the Lake University and Trinity University. Our Lady of the Lake took the opener 2-1. Justin Parker, I'm joined here with Luke Terry. Back for game number 2. Luke, how you feeling about this?
Good, I'm excited. I thought we saw a lot of really good pitching in that first game. Thought that the Saints played a lot of really good defense out in the field, and I thought that Tigers made a couple of mistakes, and I think that is ultimately what cost them in the end. So it'll be interesting to see some new faces in the circle on both sides, see how pitching responds in this one, and see how the bats respond as well.
There you see the starting lineup for Our Lady of the Lake. Luna in left field, Moreno at third, Gonzalez behind the plate for the second game. Montgomery in the circle, Elizondo the DP. Nunn in center field, Esparza the right fielder, Campos at second, and Estrada at short. Trinity's lineup is quite different for this one. They're starting off, Whitman's the same at second base, Sammy Whitman. And then Jordan Williams moves up to the number 2 spot, De La Luna to 3. And then Kat Patterson's going to hit cleanup, and she'll be in the circle. Brooke Porter, DP again. Monaco moves down to number 6, playing center. Behind the plate will be MK Stark. Right field, Elizondo came on as a sub last game, and she'll get the start for this one. Vaslavic at short, and then in left field, Jenna Cash to round out the order. Patterson comes in, 2-5 record. 2 saves, just shy of 42 innings on the year. 2.86 ERA, leads the team coming into the evening. And looks like we are ready to go.
Yeah, and you mentioned some really good numbers for Patterson on the year. You can circle innings pitched, hits, runs, earned runs, walks, strikeouts, pretty much everything. All together, that ERA of 2.86, and then you circle the 2-5 in the win and loss column, and kind of wonder what's happened for the junior in the circle this year.
Absolutely. Looks like, with an ERA like that and that kind of record, looks like she's just not getting the run support that she probably wants. Starting off here, Kaylee Luna, the left fielder for the Saints. She hits this one. Shallow center, Monaco's there for the catch and 1 out. I thought the first game too, Trinity was late getting the bats going. They finally did and started to make some noise there, got a run across, got thrown out at home trying to tie it up, but just too little too late, I think.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that decision to ultimately send the runner, and I think we both agreed that it was a good one.
Moreno puts a charge into this one, going back is Cash, and it's off the wall. Sliding into second. Actually, she'll go in standing up. That'll be a double, 1 out here in the top of the first.
Now the Saints have runner in scoring position with less than 2 outs, which is something that we've seen a couple times, but we've seen pitchers in the circle respond for Trinity and be able to find their way out of innings, but be a tough job here.
First ball swing, and it's a hit up the middle. Past the diving Whitman. Moreno's going to come around and she'll score, and it's 1-0, Our Lady of the Lake.
We said it would be a tough job here because junior catcher Gonzalez, standing in the batter's box there, went 3 for 4, hit the ball really hard, really well in that first game, and stays hot right there.
I'll bring up Ariel Montgomery. Patterson took a little bit off that one, got her to swing through it. The big thing here is just to make sure it's just the 1 run for this inning and keep it 1-0. That one outside. Oh, caught the corner. 0-2.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with you. The first game, we saw Holbrook do a really good job of limiting damage when, or if that was in regards to runs or hits or walks. She didn't let really anything pile up for her in that first game of the doubleheader. And here we'll see if Patterson can continue that trend in the circle.
The 1-2 pitch, swung on, hit in the air, shallow center again. Monaco's coming on, and she's got it. It was, I think, 10 hits in that first game for Our Lady of the Lake, at least, and only 2 runs. So, like you said, Holbrook did a really good job. Patterson as well coming on in relief.
Yeah, and a big part of that, only 2 runs on 10 hits, is caused by the fact that these Tiger pitchers have really limited walks, and that's because they've been competitive in pretty much every at-bat against every hitter that they faced, typically working ahead in counts, making these Saints hitters swing the bats, as we see again right there.
Yeah, a little off speed there. Got Elizondo out in front of it.
Talked a little bit top of this inning about,
As that one's hit into the gap in shallow right center. Base hit for Elizondo.
talked about the Tigers' struggles in that last game to get the bats going, but I think it's something that has stretched a little beyond that. Their last game against Centenary this past Sunday, we saw them exit with a win, scored 3 runs on 5 hits, but 2 of those were bunts that were perhaps a little bit misplayed.
Nunn puts a charge in this one to left center, but Monaco makes the catch on the run, and Patterson did just what we talked about. She limited the damage to just the 1 run. So Saints get a couple hits, get on the board, and it's 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning. All right, leading things off for Trinity will be Sammy Whitman playing second base. It'll be Williams and De La Luna after that. That's a pretty powerful 2-3-4 right there. Williams, De La Luna, and Patterson. Whitman hitting .319 on the year. Led the team in average coming in. Looks at that one high and away.
You mentioned some powerful bats hitting right after her in this lineup, but something that we didn't see was Whitman reach base in that first game of this doubleheader. So important for her to find her way on here and let those bats behind her hit with a runner on or perhaps a runner in scoring position.
Takes a strike there. It's 1-1. You know, that you mentioned the series over the weekend. That was one of the big keys to that first game where they got the win. She had 3 hits, scored 3 runs, and really got things started for Trinity and allowed those bats behind her to drive her in. Takes that one outside, 2-1.
She's put together some pretty good at-bats today. Saw her battle in a long full count in the first inning of the last game, and a couple of balls that were well hit to left field, just right at the defense. So
yeah,
see if she can make some adjustments.
For sure, there were a couple that I really thought she got robbed just because it was really good positioning by the outfielders there. She rolls that one to first base, and she's going to make it. So the speed there, she just rolled that one to the first baseman, and she was able to leg it out before the fielder could even do anything with the ball. She's there.
Yeah, and what we saw in that last game were some harder hit balls for Whitman that were right at someone, and this one a little bit softer off the bat, just kind of right in no man's land. So
just like we talked about, you get Whitman on, and now Jordan Williams is going to hit. Williams had an RBI double in that first game, scored the only run. So we'll see if the Trinity can get something going here and maybe tie this up.
absolutely. And Williams sent a double in the gap, as you mentioned, in the first game of our doubleheader. You imagine with the speed that Whitman just displayed on that infield single, that similar hit ball will likely be able to score the run here for the Tigers.
The 0-1, and she squares to bunt. It's a fair ball. Catcher picks it up. She'll throw over to first for the out. So Williams, big power hitter, does a good job there, bunting the ball, getting the runner over, put Whitman in scoring position for De La Luna.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that the Tigers struggled to do in that first game was get runners on, get runners moved over. So being able to do so early here, even at the expense of an out, is something that the Tigers will see with some value.
First pitch from Montgomery just misses, ball one. Takes a strike there, evens things up 1-1. De La Luna leads the team with 3 home runs this season. Williams and Stark just behind her with 2 each. All 3 in the lineup for this game. There's a foul ball now, 1-2 to De La Luna.
You mentioned that couple of power hitters in this lineup for the Tigers, and De La Luna at the plate right now is coming off a series in which she did hit a home run. Did so in Saturday's action against Centenary College. So she'll look to repeat that type of at-bat right here.
Hit on the ground to the right side. That'll move the runner over, but it'll be a second out. So Whitman now on third, and your pitcher, Kat Patterson, at the plate. Patterson hitting .231 on the year, a couple of runs, 4 runs, a couple of RBI. So now it'll be up to Patterson to help herself, hopefully, and tie this game up. There's a called strike, 0-1. So the Tigers playing station to station right now, but that only works if the cleanup hitter drives in that run from third.
Yeah, you're right about that. But so far in this one, I think the Tigers have done a really good job of putting the ball in play. It's something that we saw in the last game as well, but we mentioned it then, and I'll mention it again now, that it seems like if they're going to put runs up on the board in this game, they're going to need some harder hit balls, some stuff to get out of the infield, because I think that's really what they were lacking in that first game.
The 0-2 to Patterson. Montgomery took something off that, but left it up and away. Now 1-2. Whitman on third with 2 outs. The 1-2 is high. Evens the count. That one's low. I think the umpire saved a run there.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. But a good job right here by Patterson after falling down 1-2 in this count to battle back. See, get another look at it, and does kick off the left foot of the umpire, who's a little slow to realize that's the case right there. Gives Patterson another chance right here to drive in the run.
Payout pitch is low and away, and Patterson's aboard. Runners on the corners now, and that'll bring up number 28, Brooke Porter.
We mentioned the decision to send the runner in that first game. That was on a play, a hard hit ball through the left side of the infield off the bat of Porter, who also was the Tiger to break up the no-hitter that the Saints had going in the first game. So she'll look to come through here again.
There's a called strike for her first pitch she sees. Yeah, she's done a good job. She came in and got a nice pinch hit against Centenary. A couple of hits in game 1 here. Earned her way into the starting lineup. That one's low, and a throwback to second as Patterson took off. They're going to try and score the run this way. Whitman takes off. Now she's going to go back to third. And she is out. Called out by the umpire there, but close play. And Trinity gambled with the delayed seal. You watch the replay here. Shortstop turns, and Estrada's got Whitman caught up. And the throwback, ooh, that was pretty close.
Yeah, that was close, but Whitman didn't really seem to commit on that attempt to steal home right there, and I think that's what ultimately cost the Tigers.
All right, so no runs on 1 hit and a leave a runner on for Trinity in the bottom of the first. We'll be right back for inning number 2. All right, back for the top of the second inning. It'll be Caitlin Esparza for Our Lady of the Lake. Visitors up 1-0 here on Trinity. Took the opener 2-1. Here's a called strike from Patterson, so a good start. And a swing there, and it's quickly 0-2. Esparza didn't commit to that one, but went around. That one's high, 1-2.
But much like Holbrook in that first game, past couple games we've seen from her in the circle, Patterson quickly got ahead in this count. I think it'll be something to watch whether she can stay ahead. She can keep these types of counts.
Pays off there. She gets a swing and a miss. Esparza strikes out, and that will bring up Aileen Campos. Here's a ground ball to short. Slavic has it over to first. And quickly there are 2 outs. So really efficient right now for Patterson after that rough start where she gave up 3 hits in the run.
Yeah, and something that we saw in the last game as well, more often than not in that one, the Saints had their leadoff hitter reach base safely, and for Patterson to come out here and be able to retire the first 2 batters of this inning, it'll be important. It'll be something that she'll definitely look to continue as she works into tonight.
Jennifer Estrada hitting for Our Lady of the Lake. She takes the first one for a ball. This one hit in the air down the left field line, but it'll be foul. Off-speed pitch called strike on the outer half. And 1-2.
A little difficult for us to tell. Some late calls from the umpire behind the plate has led to a little bit of confusion so far today.
The ground ball to the right side. Whitman flips it over to Williams, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for the Tigers. Good job by Patterson. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Tigers looking to tie things up. They're down 1-0 right now. Right, bottom of the second, it's going to be Brooke Porter. She was up when Whitman was caught off of third on the attempted delayed steal. And Trinity's hurt themselves recently with the base runners. We touched on that one. Also touched on a runner leaving early in the last game and getting thrown out at the plate the last game. So they're getting the runners on. They're getting in position. They're just making some miscues on the base paths.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly want to avoid taking the bat out of probably your hottest hitter's hands, but at least they'll have her start the bottom of the second and get another leadoff base runner on here.
That one's fouled straight back. This one hit up the middle, past the diving shortstop. Estrada couldn't quite get to that one, and it's going to be another hit for Porter. She's having herself a day.
Yeah, and this is one of the first hard hit balls that we've seen off the bat of Porter. In that last game, she broke up the action with a soft line drive, and in Sunday's action against Centenary, she kind of looped one over the second baseman's head, one that was soft enough hit to drive in a couple of runs.
And we're going to see a pinch runner. It's going to be number 13, Jenna Cash. Cash played left field in the last game. She'll come on here to run for Porter at first base, and she'll be doing so with Gina Monaco at the plate. We'll see if Monaco can move Cash over to second. There's the bunt attempt, and it's going to be foul. Kind of stabbed at that one.
Yeah, a little bit. Definitely want to try and get that barrel, that bat head further out in front of the plate to avoid that issue, but again, second consecutive inning where we see Tigers opting to play with a little bit of small ball. Still early in this game.
She pulls it back and swings through it this time, and it's going to get to the second baseman. Makes a nice play there. Not a hard hit ball, but I think the second baseman coming over to cover first for that bunt. She was in just the right position. You see that again. She's able to knock it down and beat Monaco by a step, but it does get the runner over to second, which is the whole point of that at bat there.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Does do the job, but saw in that last game that OLU was able to get the leadoff runner on in one of those innings and was able to bunt her over, but also was able to get that batter on base safely. And I think that's obviously more ideal to have runners on first and second with no outs, and that was something that the Tigers were threatening to do right there. So you'll take the end result, but you'll also wonder a little bit of what could have been.
MK Stark swings through the first one, and second pitch she fouls down the third base line over the Tiger dugout. Yeah, it would have been much nicer first and second with nobody out.
But
Felt
again,
like Our Lady of the Lake got a lot of those key hits when they were getting their runners on, just like you were saying, and Trinity needs to get on board with that too.
yeah, key hits for the Saints, but also consistently really good defense, right? A lot of things that could have gone wrong on that play in the infield. Was able to knock it down, but then also able to pick it up cleanly to make a good throw to first base. Everything had to go right for Our Lady of the Lake right there, and it did.
The 1-2 pitch misses outside, and it's 2-2. Yeah, Trinity not getting any of the bounces right now. A little unlucky.
But a lot of softball left to play in this one, and seen perhaps better effort from the Tigers.
2-2 ground on the left side. And Estrada makes a short throw. She's going to throw to third base. And again, base running miscues there. As Cash took off right away, but the play was right in front of her, and Estrada was able to make that easy play over to Moreno for the second out.
Yeah, and Cash sliding into third base there. Perhaps a little bit of a closer play, considering that it was a tag play at third base. But as she was running, see from this shot that it looked like she perhaps froze a little bit.
There's a little hesitation. Yeah, I saw that. Diamond Elizondo going to hit now with 2 outs and Stark on first. And she takes a strike on the outside corner. What's the rule though on that? As a base runner, the ball's got to be hit behind you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That one's high to Elizondo. It's 1-1. A bouncing ball over Montgomery. Estrada at short gets to it and makes the play. So again, nice defense there by Our Lady of the Lake. And they get out of it. No runs on the one hit, and one left for Trinity in the second. We'll be right back for the third inning. All right, back for the top of the third inning. Our Lady of the Lake leading 1-0. Leading things off will be Luna, Kaylee Luna. She hits this one on the ground to second and just beats it. Not much Whitman could do there. Luna with good speed is able to beat that one out. Just beats that one.
Yeah, another tough break for the Tigers. A soft hit ball in the infield. Played as well as you probably could from a defensive standpoint, but Luna just too quick on the base pass right there.
Yeah, no wasted motion for Whitman. She just got it real quick and flipped it over. Good stretch by Williams. Just didn't happen. Moreno bunts this one to De La Luna. Whitman covering first and then gets the out. So both teams playing small ball. But Our Lady of the Lake with the lead right now.
Yeah, but the fact that the Saints played a little bit of small ball in that first game, we can say that didn't really hurt the Tigers unless they ultimately hurt themselves. We saw an error made on a bunt in that first game.
This one is ripped through the left side. And coming up with the throw to the plate, but the runner holds at third. However, Gonzalez moves to second on the throw, so it'll be second and third here with one out.
Yeah, and more good hitting right there from Gonzalez. Now 5 for 6 on the day, if I'm correct.
Yeah, she's crushing it.
Yeah, and pretty much everything off of her bat has been really hard hit, just absolutely smoked.
Here's the pitcher, Ariel Montgomery. She takes the first pitch up. It's 1-0. That one up and in, now 2-0. Montgomery offers that for a bunt. That'll be a strike. Start came up like she wanted to throw down a third, as the runner got a little bit too far off, but no one was covering, so Luna was able to get back safely. Two one is high, 3-1 now.
And interesting for Montgomery to have offered at that last one and didn't even square around to start that last pitch. So interesting to see
maybe
what
a
the
safety
approach is.
squeeze. This one grounded on the left side. Slavic throws to first, and the throw is high and gets past Williams, so one run is in. And there's a collision there between Montgomery and Williams as Williams was trying to grab that one. Yeah, the throw brought her down the line right into the runner. Looks like she's okay, though.
Yeah, good to see her up quickly. Good to see that the runner's okay as well, but some more work cut out for the Tigers right here. See how they respond after what seemed to be a routine play. And now the Saints' top of the third inning will continue with 2 runners on and only 1 out.
So Coach Martin comes out to talk to Patterson and Stark, and also brings in the rest of the infield. Once again, they're going to try and avoid a big inning here. They've already got 1 run across. Umpire breaks things up. It'll be number 20, Abigail Elizondo at the plate for Our Lady of the Lake. She'll bat with runners on the corners. 1 out and 1 run already in. She grounds this one foul down the third base line.
Elizondo went 0 for 4 in the first game of the doubleheader, left 3 runners on base. So if you're Patterson, this is definitely something you want to take advantage of and continue those trends.
That went to low, 2-0. And actually, a correction, the runner is on second, Montgomery. So second and third. This one hit in the air to left field and deep. So it looks like, we couldn't tell initially, but it looks like Montgomery was awarded second base and they sent the runner home as well. I guess that ball must have got into the dugout. And so now it's 3-0. That ball is hit pretty deep as you see the replay. But Cash was able to get back and get it. And the first pitch here to Madison Nunn is fouled into the backstop. So 3-0, Our Lady of the Lake. Runner on second, and now 2 outs. The 0-1 is in there for a called strike. 0-2. One grounded to Vaslavic at short. She comes up throwing, and a stretch there by Williams just beats Madison Nunn, and that'll do it for Our Lady of the Lake. Here in the third inning, they get a couple of runs, and they lead it 3-0 heading to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning, leading off will be the shortstop, Emily Vaslavic. So Trinity down 3-0 now. And just got a little bit sloppy in that last inning. But as you've said, Luke, there are plenty of innings left for them to get back into this one.
Yeah, and a good bat up at the plate to start this one off.
Vaslavic grounds that one foul.
Her last at bat of the first game of this doubleheader, she sent one really hard, but unfortunately hit right at the third baseman, who was able to record second out the bottom of the 7th inning. So Vaslavic hoping for a similar result here in terms of pop off the bat, but hopefully not hit directly at someone this time.
As she fouls that one off. Yeah, that's probably, having watched her play a lot over the last 4 years, it's probably one of the hardest hit balls, at least recently for her. She's had a little bit of trouble this year, but she has been a solid leadoff hitter for previous 3 years for Trinity, so definitely a good person to have to lead off the inning here. That one misses inside.
Yeah, and even after, maybe especially after falling behind 0-2, she's someone that you would expect to be able to work a count, make a pitcher battle, and throw lots of pitches in and around the zone right here.
She lifts this one down the third baseline, but foul. So again, fighting off pitches, staying alive. I don't know this for sure, but some of her struggles of late might be just mental. Just she's been called out of the box on batter's interference several times recently, and maybe something that's just kind of in her head a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a position where you might feel as if things just won't go right for you, right? All the breaks going against you, and I think that can definitely take a toll on you. Try and over adjust and want everything to be perfect, but that's not really what you need to have happen.
2-2 from Montgomery. That one slips out of her hand. And just like we talked about, Vaslavic has worked to count full now. It's one of those things that somebody's struggling and you think one little hit can get it, and I felt like she got it in that last at-bat. Hit it hard, great contact, but just right at the third baseman.
Yeah, really tough break, especially in a one-run game.
Right.
Looked like a ball that could end up all the way in the corner and perhaps put a runner on second and scoring position, but...
And that one missed. She draws the leadoff walk, so for a former leadoff hitter, that might be the thing to do it for her, too, drawing a walk after an 0-2 count. I'll take us to the top of the order.
Back to the top of the order, second baseman number 2,
Sammy Whitman back in there. Whitman singled her first time up. Up to 333 on the year. Squares and offers at that one. The throw down to first base. Vaslavic is in safe. So they're committing to the small ball. Well, it looks like Whitman got the bat back on that one. The ball was high, so we want to know. She squares around and pulls it back and is ready for a swing, but that one's low, and it's 2-0. So maybe Coach Martin has decided to go away from the bunt the runners over, since it hasn't seemed to work the last couple innings. And now you're down 3-0, so maybe you want a bigger inning.
Yeah, I'd certainly agree with you. I think a big part of it is the fact that this lead has been extended a little bit for the Saints, but I think early in the game, even if this lead remained at 1, you might want to give your hitters the chance to swing the bat a little bit. No one coming in absolutely smoking, and with a chance to really go on a run in SCAC play moving forward with some series against Southwestern and Dallas, I think this is a good chance to let the bats get hot, so ultimately, if they result in outs, then I think that's something you live with, but I think the upside is better than the downside at the end of the day.
I agree, and the hitters have done a good job getting the runners over. It's just that last part of it where you get the runners in, and so maybe you just change things up and see if you can't hit them around, especially with the top of the order up. There's a ground ball by Whitman, and So they throw it down to second. They get Vaslavic. I thought she might have been safe there, but
This would have been a forced play at second base, so we'll see on the replay right here.
oh, that Vaslavic stopped and tried to go back. She thought maybe it was a line drive.
But either way, really close play at second base right there. I think that Vaslavic may have had her hand on the bag. Looked like her momentum had come to a stop, so hard to say, but Tigers still operating with chance to score here in the bottom of the third.
Williams doesn't like that call, but it's 0-1 on the first pitch to her. She'll bat with 1 out and Whitman on first after the fielder's choice. It's like the first baseman there and Vaslavic both just hesitated, but Our Lady of the Lake caught the break. This one grounded hard to first, tags it, and then throws down to second and tags out Whitman for the double play. Nice job there by Bradley. Picked that one up, a hard hit ball by Williams. But that'll do it as Trinity goes 1-2-3 after the double play, and they trail 3-0 after 3. Okay, top of the fourth inning. Our Lady of the Lake leading 3-0. And Caitlin Esparza, number 0, is going to be in there to bat for the Saints. Trinity can't catch a break right now. Got doubled up there. Another miscue on the base paths. First pitch to Esparza is high. It's 1-0.
Yeah, and unfortunate for the Tigers here this weekend. They've really seemed to play a good game in other aspects. Played good defense, they've pitched well, but they just haven't been able to find any consistency swinging the bats and on the base paths.
Yeah, and Our Lady of the Lake is obviously a good team. Trinity split with them earlier in the year. They're playing really well, and I hate to say it, every little thing matters, but it kind of does, as they're proving right now. That one misses inside, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, and Patterson wondering where that last pitch missed. Seen a little bit of inconsistency with the strike zone, perhaps.
I'm going to bunt it back to Patterson, who makes the play over to Whitman.
An interesting play there after Esparza gets ahead in the count 2-1. Went ahead and laid down the bunt, and not particularly well placed. Handled pretty easily by Patterson out of the circle.
Yeah, you mentioned it. It looked to me like she squared around like she's giving herself up, as opposed to trying to get on with a bunt. Either way, it's 1 out. Maybe that'll change the luck over to Trinity's side.
Yeah, absolutely. Another inning where they get the leadoff hitter out, and hopefully Patterson can roll with that.
Nice play there by Vaslavic. Diving play to her left off the bat of Campos, and there are 2 outs.
See that again there. Vaslavic with just a great read off the bat. Knows she's going to have to leave it all out there. Lays out and is able to glove that one. Really pretty play. And 1 out closer to getting the bats back up with Trinity, perhaps with a little bit of momentum.
Jennifer Estrada grounds this one, and she's going to be, called out. She tried to drag bunt and get on base, and then the ball jumped up and clipped her. And that'll do it. Quick inning, just what the Tigers needed, and hopefully now they can get the offense going and get on the board and tie this thing up. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 4th. All right, we're back for the bottom of the 4th inning. Heart of the order for Trinity. It will be De La Luna, Patterson, and Porter. And we mentioned Trinity got some breaks in that last half inning, so hopefully it carries over here to the offense and we can get things going. 3 runs on 5 hits for Our Lady of the Lake so far. No runs on a couple of hits for Trinity. Montgomery deals, and De La Luna fouls that one straight back.
Yeah, and a good spot in the order right here for Trinity. De La Luna, the 3-hole hitter for the Tigers. Part of the order that you want up, down 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th. Hoping that heart of the order can get going right here, and that the bottom of the order can hopefully turn it over, something that they've been able to do in the last couple of games.
There's a called strike on the outside corner, 0-2. Montgomery goes a little bit further outside, and that misses off the plate. Now 1-2 to De La Luna. Staying away is Montgomery, and evens the count 2-2.
A couple innings in a row where the leadoff hitter for the Tigers falls behind early in the count, but has been able to battle back at least.
De La Luna grounds this one to second. Campos over to Bradley for out number 1.
Good to see De La Luna at least put that ball in play, force Saints defenders in the field to continue their good play, and hope that eventually they'll mishandle one and give a little bit of a break to this Trinity lineup.
Patterson will hit now from the cleanup spot. She walked her last time up. That one off the plate. Looks like they're, at least to the start of this inning, they're staying on the outer half to De La Luna and Patterson. And there's a called strike. It's 1-1.
Perhaps Montgomery in the circles beginning to get a feel for the strike zone as well of the umpire behind the plate. We've seen him reluctant to call some pitches on the inside part of the zone to the right-handed hitters strikes, but a bit more willing on those pitches away.
Patterson swings through this one. Now 1-2. Pitch number 50 from Montgomery is hit in the air on the infield. Campos comes over and makes the play, and there are 2 outs. Well, if we're going to get that momentum, here's the person to do it. Brooke Porter already with 3 hits today.
Yeah, and one of the only people to hit the ball hard today. Montgomery in the circles really limited the amount of hard hit balls to this Tiger lineup, and understand why she held them hitless first time they played back in late February.
First pitch called strike to Porter. One hit up the middle again. It gets past Montgomery, but she knocks it down just enough and makes the play. 1-3 on the putout, and the Tigers are 1-2-3 here in the 4th inning. So through 4 complete. Our Lady of the Lake, as you see, Montgomery knocks that one down and fires a strike over to first base. So through 4 complete, Our Lady of the Lake 3 and Trinity 0 will be right back for inning number 5. Top of the 5th inning now, and to the top of the order for Our Lady of the Lake, and that will be number 25, Kaylee Luna. Luna 1 for 2. She singled her last time up. Flew out to center to start off the game. Singled, came around to score in the 3rd. First pitch she hits in a left center, shallow, but Monaco is nicely positioned, is able to track that one down fairly easily for out number 1.
Yeah, now through 4 1/3 is Patterson, but has kept that pitch count down to a pretty impressive 40 pitches, despite having given up 3 runs so far in this one.
That one just misses off the plate, and it was to Jalissa Moreno. Moreno 1 for 1 with a double, scored a run in the 1st and had a sacrifice in the 3rd. That one's a called strike at the knees. 1-1. Yeah, Patterson, 3 runs, just 2 of them earned though, and 5 hits. And you mentioned she's done a good job with the pitch count as well. So Another one of those games where maybe she's not getting the run support she deserves. But that one is high, now 2-1. That one just misses off the outside corner. 3-1 now. It's like even Coach Martin wanted to know where that one was, and catcher M.K. Stark told her it was outside. So we'll accept that from the umpire. This one hit in the air down the left field line, but Slavic can't quite get to it. Just out of her reach. De La Luna and Cash also giving chase, but Slavic, speedy one, was the first to it. Just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, but Patterson will be satisfied, at least having the opportunity to work here with a full count after falling behind the hitter 3-1.
This one hit into right center, and Monaco picks it up, but it's going to be a single for Moreno, and that will bring up the most dangerous hitter of the day for either team, and that's Joanna Gonzalez for Our Lady of the Lake. Already 2 for 2 in this game. We have a pinch runner at first. Deandra Vera going to come on for Our Lady of the Lake and run for Moreno. Gonzalez against Trinity so far this season. We mentioned they split a double header earlier in the year. 8 for 11. That's a 727 if you're counting at home. That one's high, 1-0.
Yeah, really successful against the Tigers this year. Gonzalez has been, but goes beyond that.
She hits this one hard and deep to left field, but Cash catches it just short of the wall, and Vera has to retreat to first. So another hard hit ball by Gonzalez, but we got her out.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything off the bat of Gonzalez has been hard hit in today's doubleheader. It's just a matter of where exactly she places it, and a bit unlucky for her on that one that it was right at the left fielder. But as we were saying, 8 for 11, now 8 for 12 against the Tigers on the year, but well over 425 on the season as a whole.
First pitch to Montgomery misses, and looks like runner left early, just as Trinity did. Is that what happened there? Yep. The runner Vera at first left early on the steal to second base. She got in safely, but the umpire said that she was early, and does not look like Coach Lennington is very happy about that. We'll see the replay right here. Oh, yeah, she left early. Cannot do that. So a good call by the umpire. And that'll do it for Our Lady of the Lake in the top of the 5th inning. So we're going to the bottom of the 5th. Trinity looking to get on the board. They're down 3-0. We're back now for the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Monaco, Stark, and Elizondo, the scheduled hitters. Monaco 0 for 1 on the day. She had that ground ball to second base that the second baseman was able to smother and just beat her at first base with that throw. Hard hit ball to short. Up and throwing is Estrada, but Monaco beats it. Nice job there. Ball in the hole between short and third, and it came off the bat well, but kind of died. And Estrada had to wait for it a little bit. And there you see Gina just beats the throw.
Yeah, really close play there at first base, but good awareness by Monaco. Understood that the shortstop had a good chance to make a play on that ball, but ran it out hard and just beat it out.
Brings up MK Stark. She reached on a fielder's choice her first time up. First pitch up and in to her. Almost gets away. A good job there by Gonzalez to catch the ball and keep it in front of her so that Monaco cannot advance. Off-speed pitch there from Montgomery. Fooled Stark a little bit, and it'll be a called strike and a 1-1 count. This one off the hands is going to go foul. Down the first baseline, 1-2. This one just fouled. Stark stayed alive. Ball really dropped off there at the end. She was able to just get a piece of it.
Yeah, and good fight by Stark right here in this at bat. Tigers down 3, operating with 9 outs left in this one. So every pitch matters from this point on, and Stark doing a good job of making Montgomery throw more to her, hoping to see something in the zone that she likes.
Yeah, for a while we were talking about plenty of time left, and then all of a sudden it's the 5th inning and down 3-0, you got to get going. Stark hits this one in the air on the infield. Campos has it for out number 1.
The Tigers currently with 3 hits in this one. It's already matched the total that they had in the first game of the doubleheader, but 6 across 2 games is by no means out of this world, and certainly indicates that they've struggled a little bit to string things together. I think it's the biggest issue for them today. Certainly benefit from some walks, really any way that they could find their way on base here now, but also need to come through with a big hit.
This one grounded back to Montgomery, thrown to Estrada, and then over to Bradley for the double play. So that's another double play for the Saints defense, and they get out of the 5th inning. 1-2-3. They lead it 3-0 through 5 complete. We'll be right back. All right, to the 6th inning, and the designated player, Brooke Porter, moves into the circle, and she will take over for Patterson. Patterson, 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, and a strikeout. And, you know, we're talking about the timely hits, and one thing we can see, Our Lady of the Lake with 6 total hits, Trinity just 3, but with runners on, three of their 6 hits for Our Lady of the Lake with runners on, Trinity 0 for 8 with runners on. So really been the difference so far in this one is it's 3-0. See Porter's numbers, 15 in the third, 6 strikeouts, a 5.02 ERA. So she'll be looking to bring that down here with the last couple of innings against the Saints.
Yeah, and back to what you were saying in regards to Trinity's 0 for 8 mark with runners on, runners in scoring position today. They've been hurt by the fact that the Saints have played really good defense in the field, and they've ended a couple of innings early today in this second matchup of the doubleheader alone. So we've seen multiple double play balls.
Montgomery swinging on the first pitch, and she's able to take that low pitch and drive it deep into center, but Monaco is right there for out number 1. Brings up Abigail Elizondo. Yeah, 2 double plays to end innings. As Elizondo hits this one down the third baseline. But foul. 2 double plays to end innings. Plus Trinity 0 for 8 doesn't add up to a good result so far.
Yeah, absolutely not. And on top of those double play balls that we've seen the Saints turn, we've seen the Tigers put themselves in some bad situations on the base paths, being tagged out at third on a steal and, you know, potential steal of home as well. We see Porter able to record the second out of the inning right there via strikeout. We also saw a runner on second base attempt to advance to third, even though the ball was hit in front of her. We saw similar play with the ball hit to first base, a runner being called out at second on a close play, but, you know, goes beyond the box score in terms of double plays that we saw.
First pitch to Madison Nunn is in for a strike. So Porter working fast and efficient here, trying to get out of the 6th inning, get the offense back up for the Tigers. This one fouled off, and now 1-2. You know, assuming Porter can get out of this, looking ahead to the next inning, you got 9-1-2 in the order in the 6th, so this is probably your best opportunity with Vaslavic starting things off. If you're gonna make some noise, this is gonna be it for Trinity coming up. That one skips in low, 2-2.
Yeah, and although we've talked a lot today about how the Tigers have struggled in the batter's box, at the end of the day, the end of this half inning, they'll still only be down 3 more than likely and have a really good chance to get back in it.
This one hit hard but foul. Still 2-2 to Nunn. And the center fielder takes another one low. It's now full count. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Our Lady of the Lake up 3-0. Nunn hits another one hard but foul down the left field line.
Porter, first year here at Trinity, standing in the circle at 5 foot, and
Yeah, I thought maybe we had the count wrong. It was full count, and none took that last one and didn't move, and the umpire finally got out and said, go ahead and take first on that one.
but in most of that at bat, Porter had none out in front on a lot of pitches. We saw some hard hit balls, but all of them ending up foul. So have to wonder if this is a little bit of a strategic move the first year, trying to throw the bats off for the Saints here in the top of the sixth, hold them right where they're at.
That one gets away from Stark. That's going to be a pass ball. And a 1-0 count for Caitlin Esparza. Esparza, the right fielder, 0-0. Going to hit here with runner on second. This one lifted down the first baseline. Williams gives chase, but it's going to be off the dugout. One and one to Esparza, none on second with 2 outs here in the sixth. Trinity trying to get out of here without any more damage. This one fouled off. 1 and 2. That one drifts inside. 2 and 2.
Yeah, close pitch by Porter right there. Seemed to just continue to carry towards the back foot of Esparza and ultimately unable to get that call.
This one up but foul, and again, Esparza out in front, as you mentioned. Porter has the last couple of hitters way out in front and fouling everything off. Well foul down the third baseline. This one, soft liner to third, but De La Luna gets it heading towards the line. And that'll do it for Our Lady of the Lake in the sixth. 1 runner left on, and Our Lady of the Lake leads it 3-0. We go to the bottom of the sixth. Time for the Tigers to get on the board. We'll be right back. Bottom of the sixth inning, it'll be 9-1-2 in the order, as we mentioned. Emily Vaslavic to lead things off. And this is an opportunity for Trinity right here to get back in the game, just string a couple hits together They're only down 3-0, and a good part of the order. Vaslavic grounds this one up the middle, and that's going to be a base hit. And that gets by the center fielder, and Vaslavic going for second. And she's going to go all the way to third. Here's a throw, and she is safe, sliding in. Nice job. That one got past none in center field, and she is upset out there. Big miscue to start off the 6th inning, and just like I called it, just like I knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, and Vaslavic in her last at-bat fell behind early, was able to fight all the way back and draw a walk. That's the mark of a great leadoff hitter, and the end result of this play is too.
We'll prompt a meeting in the circle for Our Lady of the Lake and head coach Bruce Lennington. See if he possibly makes a change here. Not sure that warrants it, but maybe he's just settled Montgomery down, and that's what he did.
Yeah, I'm sure a discussion that reminds his players that they're leading this one 3-0, and tough break to open the inning, and certainly they want to avoid any similar plays moving forward, but ultimately it shouldn't hurt them so long as they take care of business the rest of the way in the 6th.
For Trinity, though, they're to the top of the order, and it's going to be Sammy Whitman, 1 for 2 today, 327 on the year. She leads the team. So a good spot for Trinity with Vaslavic on third, nobody out. She grounds this one to the right side. Vaslavic breaks for home, and that's going to be an RBI for Sammy Whitman, and it's 3-1. Tigers get on the board.
Yeah, and a good job to break into the scoring column right there for the Tigers. Now, definitely want to try and get some sustained play right here from your offense, hoping that Whitman, now Williams, can get onto base and the Tigers can move her over and just continue all around, get base runners on and score lots of runs right here.
Yeah, this is where you want to string a few hits together and make Montgomery work, make it a tougher situation. Get to the 7th. If you don't tie things up, you just at least give yourself a chance in that 7th inning. Two 2-0 now to Williams. She's batting here with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Williams with a sacrifice, her first time up. Moved Whitman over to second, but she was stranded there. And then hit into a double play her last time, that hard hit ball to first base, and they threw down to second to tag out the runner. That one just misses. Looked like a pretty good pitch, but Williams gets the call, and after some of the breaks that Trinity hasn't gotten, we'll take that one.
Absolutely. Looking for base runners any way they can get them right here, especially right in the middle of the heart of the order.
Montgomery took a little bit off that one and got the call this time, 3-1. This one hit hard into right field, over the right fielder's head, off the wall. Williams digging for second, and she will be in safely. As far as I got that one in, but that is a nice hit there by Jordan Williams. Second double of the doubleheader.
Yeah, and just as we have been talking about, that's the hard hit type of ball that the Tigers have really been looking for. Great piece of hitting by Williams right there to go ahead and put a Tiger in scoring position in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, that'll do it for Montgomery as Coach Lennington comes out and goes to the bullpen, and it looks like it'll be Angela Ramirez once again. She came on in relief of game number 1, and she will be back out there here when we come back to continue the bottom of the 6th inning. All right, looks like Ramirez is loose and ready, and we will be back for the bottom of the sixth inning here. You've got Benny Snyder, a pinch runner. She comes on for Williams, who hit that double to right here with one out, and at bat will be Marina De La Luna. De La Luna 0 for 2 on the day, a couple ground outs to second. This is just what you need for Trinity right now. They're threatening here in the sixth, down 3-1, but a runner on second with one out. And your three-hitter up to bat. She fouls this one straight back. So Coach Martin goes with Snyder with good speed to run at second, hoping to get that second run in. Be nice to get a line drive out of De La Luna here to do that. That one on the inner half, but called strike as Ramirez gets the call, and it's 0-2. That one high. Snyder got a little bit further off and got the attention of Gonzalez behind the plate. The 1-2 just missed. That's a close pitch. Good eye there by De La Luna. But Ramirez and Gonzalez both wanted that call.
Yeah, and I certainly understand why, but it seems like pretty consistently the inner half of the plate has been called more in favor of the hitters.
Off speed, De La Luna waits for it and fouls it off.
You mentioned Snyder getting a little bit of a bigger lead with her secondary. Past couple of pitches will be important for her to pay attention, be mindful of when exactly she's leaving the bag, as we've seen a couple of times the past few games she's been called out.
Swing and a miss there by De La Luna, so a good job by Ramirez. She gets the out. And it looks like Patterson is going to come back in to hit. She's in at the flex spot, designated player. She's going to hit here with 2 outs and a runner on second. Umpire making sure everyone has this sub. Putting Patterson back into the game. First pitch to Patterson is high, and again you see Gonzalez paying a lot of attention to Snyder, trying to keep her close. What are you thinking as a catcher there?
Well, I think it's a little bit of a bluff. Trying to accomplish exactly what you said, make sure that the runner isn't venturing too far off the bag there at second.
Patterson hits this one high, but well foul down the third base side. Yeah, you really, if you can keep her 1 or 2 steps closer, maybe she can't score on a ground ball through the infield, and you can keep it a 3-1 game. But that's what the game is, right? Snyder's trying to get every inch she can get, and Gonzalez is trying to keep her close.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest part of it. But for Gonzalez, making sure that she's ready, coming up, being prepared to throw, pretty much after every pitch is received is important here in a position where you have someone who came into the game purely to run in this situation.
That one fouled straight back. Now 2-2. Yeah, Snyder's not in there without speed, so you definitely have to worry about her. Ramirez ready, 2-2 to Patterson. Swing and a miss, and the Saints get out of it without any further damage. Trinity gets the one run. Vaslavic with the hit and the two-base error comes home on Whitman's ground out, and the double by Williams gets stranded on second, but it is now 3-1, and we'll head to the 7th inning. We'll be right back. Porter back out to the circle here for the 7th inning. Final inning here of this doubleheader. First pitch hit fair down the line and into the corner. And that'll be a leadoff double here for the Saints. Number 21, Isa Gonzalez, the pinch hitter there. She just took that first pitch right over the bag at first. See the replay here. Knocks just past Williams and into the corner. Elizondo, a good job getting over there, keeping it just to a double. But the Saints are threatening here to start off the 7th. And here's number 12, Jennifer Estrada.
Yeah, and that last half inning for the Tigers defensively saw a lot of balls that were pulled really hard foul. Had to be a little bit concerned about one of those staying just fair as that one did, and runner ended up in scoring position to start the inning here. Will be important for Porter to try and work back, get ahead in counts, hopefully record a strikeout to put herself back in contention this inning.
1-0 pitch to Estrada is in there for a called strike. That one is bunted foul on the third baseline. He nailed it with Porter coming in, giving a change of pace from Patterson, throwing hard. Porter getting him a lot of off-speed stuff. And aside from the double just now, she's been doing a good job keeping Our Lady of the Lake off the bases. That one high, 2-2. Is actually the first hit she's given up. Estrada sticks the bat out and gets this one into right field, right in front of Elizondo. Campos able to move to third, but has to stop there as Elizondo gets the ball in quickly. You see the replay there, and it really was just stick the bat out and let momentum do the work for you.
Yeah, unfortunate break for the Tigers right there. Not a particularly hard hit ball, one that just found a gap out in right field, fell just in front of the right fielder who was charging in hard, but not much she could do with that ball.
I'll put us to the top of the order for Our Lady of the Lake. Kaylee Luna, she squares around a bunt. That ball is up in the zone. Luna 1 for 3 on the day. She had a hit back in the third. 2 flyouts in her other 2 at-bats. Squares around again. I think she might have pulled it back, but we'll see. What does the umpire say about it? It's not helping us out. Looks like it's ball 2, 2-0. She pulled that one back late. This one hit it to right field. Elizondo goes over and gets it, but that'll be an RBI as Luna moving quickly right away, and she makes it into second with the double. Elizondo got to it quickly, but Luna with good speed is able to get over to second with the head first slide, and it's now 4-1.
Yeah, and I think a good decision by Luna right there on the base paths in a position where she currently was driving in the 4th run of the game for the Saints. Really wanted to continue to put the pressure on the Tigers right here.
Especially this part of the order, Moreno and then Gonzalez would be next. Moreno already a couple of hits, 2 for 2 with a sacrifice. She lays off that one, but it's a called strike, 0-2.
Yeah, and for Luna, advancing to second base means that at worst you get Gonzalez up to the plate with 1 out and 2 runners in scoring position.
Porter goes outside with that one, but Moreno's not chasing. 1-2. This one hit up the middle. That's going to be another RBI, and Luna coming around from second will score easily. Now 6-1, a couple RBIs there for Moreno, and her 3rd hit of the game. Nice patience there on that one.
Yeah, and again, not a incredibly hard hit ball, but a good job reaching out to hit one in a count where you're behind, just trying to put the barrel on the softball, and it's exactly what happened right there, and it just found a hole again. So another unlucky break for the Tigers, but Saints keep it rolling here in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, it was exactly what you said. An off-speed pitch that was up. She was able to just stick the bat out there and knock it just past Whitman at second base. So 6-1 now, and Gonzalez going to hit for Our Lady of the Lake. Been their best hitter, but hopefully Porter can stop the damage. Strike 1 there.
Yeah, and important to get ahead in a position where hitter might not normally be swinging on the first pitch.
Another off speed. She had Gonzalez way out in front of that one. Swing and a miss. Again, goes way outside with that one. 1-2. Now 2-2 is another one comes in high.
And I think the immediate difference that I'm seeing between Holbrook and Patterson and the first-year Porter in the circle right now is just once you get ahead in the count, what are you choosing to do? And for the veterans, once they're ahead, more often than not, they opted to operate right around the zone, continue to operate in the zone, force these Saints hitters to continue to swing the bats. Right here, before that last foul ball, a couple of pitches that were pretty far out of the zone that pushed it even for Gonzalez.
She waits on this one, lifts it into the outfield and just over Vaslavic. Oh, yeah, another hit for Gonzalez. It'll look like a line drive in the book, but either way, she's aboard once again for Our Lady of the Lake, and they are still going here in the 7th inning. Nobody out, 3 runs already in, and a couple runners aboard for Montgomery. First pitch swing, she pops it up to Vaslavic. It'll be an infield fly, but she makes the play anyway, just as she steps onto the grass, and there's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, and a really good response right there by Porter and Vaslavic in the infield, able to record a quicker out, something that we saw Patterson do earlier in the game, saw Porter do in the first inning in which she worked, and she'll definitely look to continue that. She works quickly here.
Now it'll be Abigail Elizondo. Going to hit with 1 out, a couple runners aboard. She lifts the 1-0 pitch deep into the gap in left center, but Monica was shaded that way. She's able to track it down and keep the runners right where they are. So now, after a noisy start to the inning, Porter has settled in, gotten a couple outs, and hopefully can get out of it right here. Be another pinch hitter. It's going to be number 34, Alexis Valdez. Six to 1 here in the 7th. Our Lady of the Lake tacking on some insurance runs here in the final frame. First ball swinging, lifted on the infield. Whitman goes over and makes the play. So after some pretty patient hitting, 3 in a row go for the first pitch, and all 3 get out. So Trinity gets out of it. They do give up 3 runs, and it is 6 to 1 heading to the bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th inning, last chance for the Tigers. They'll start it off with the pitcher, Brooke Porter. Porter 1 for 2 on the day. Ramirez, the reliever, back in the circle for Our Lady of the Lake, looking to finish things off. First pitch fouled off by Porter, straight back.
Porter is 1 for 2 on the day, as you said, but I do believe she's put the ball in play in each of her at-bats in this one. A little bit unlucky with the ball hit directly back at the pitcher in her last plate appearance. Pitcher got just enough of the glove on it to knock it down and pick it up to make a throw over to first to record the out, but Porter been a bright spot on the day overall, has hit the ball really well, got a little bit unlucky in that last half inning in the circle, but I think overall, great day for the first year.
Definitely, and it doesn't. It may not feel like it right now, but I think she did a good job. She just gave up a couple of unlucky hits, bounced in the right spot for the Saints. And she fouls this one off again. So Porter, Monaco, and MK Stark, the scheduled hitters. And that's a called strike. Strikeout for Porter, and there's one away here in the bottom of the 7th. Brings up Gina Monaco, the center fielder. She is 1 for 2 as well. 296 on the year. Hits this one hard in the air, though, into shallow left field. On comes Luna to make the play. Quickly now, there are 2 outs here in the 7th. It'll be MK Stark for the Tigers. Stark 0 for 2, reached on fielder's choice and popped up to second. There's a called strike from Ramirez. This one chopped foul down the third base line. That one misses high, 1-2. Saints took the opener 2-1, and they lead it here 6-1 in the 7th. Looking to finish off the doubleheader sweep and take 3 out of 4 from Trinity on the year. And out in front of that one was Stark, and that'll do it for the Tigers in the bottom of the 7th. Our Lady of the Lake wins it 6-1, 3 runs in the final inning for the visitors. 6 runs on 11 hits. Trinity just a run on 5 hits. And I mentioned Our Lady of the Lake takes the sweep. Trinity will be back in action this weekend. They'll be at Southwestern for a 3-game SCAC series. We'll be back with you with softball on Tiger Network on April 24th for another 3-game series with the University of Dallas. Thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time. Thanks.